Good evening. I would like to call the organizational meeting of the Toronto District School Board to order. We will begin with the acknowledgement of the traditional lands, followed by the playing of the national anthem. Please stand if you are able and remain standing for the playing of O Canada. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. Thank you. Please be seated. Good evening again. I will ask you to turn to agenda item 2 on page 1. Here we will approve the election procedure. The procedure used in the past years is shown as option 1 on page 1 of your agenda, and an alternate method involving recorded voting is shown as option 2 on page 2. May I have a mover for option 1 or option 2? Trustee Chernos-Lynn.
I'd like to move option 1, as we have always done since I've been here. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Thank you very much, Trustee Lee. Would the mover like to speak to the motion further?
I think it's self-evident, but I think option 1, as I said, is what we've always used since I've been here. Not that that's necessarily precedent, but I think it ensures that regardless of what happens, we have the best ability to move forward in collaboration, which I think is important for our board.
Do I have any questions for the... Okay, it is time for a vote. Are we ready to open the vote? We will do a show of hands, please. All in favor? Please raise your hand high.
Aye.
Any opposed? 1. The motion is carried. We can now proceed to agenda item 3 and accept nominations for the position of chair of the board. Given that the candidates may make a speech, I will permit a nominator to make brief remarks only. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay. The floor is open to nominations.
Nominate Zakir Patel for the position of chair.
Trustee King?
Good evening. I'd like to nominate Trustee Chernos Lynn for the position of chair.
It appears there are no further nominations. Could I have a motion to close nominations? Trustee Laskin, seconded by Trustee Loka-Rotman. You want me to do it by hand? All in favor, please raise your hands.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Trustee Chernos Lynn, are you prepared to stand for election as chair of the board?
I am director, thank you.
Trustee Patel, are you prepared to stand for chair of the board?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Yalini, for nominating me.
Trustee Chernos Lynn, would you like to make a speech?
I'm happy to do so, but am I allowed to have my nominator speak first?
Brief remarks only. Yes, thank you.
Good evening, colleagues. I was very happy that Trustee Chernos Lynn expressed interest in serving a second year. And of course, I have considered both the role and the nomination very thoughtfully. I will keep this brief, but I do want to let you know where my thoughts started. And that started with where we are as a board, where our students need us to be, and the leadership characteristics that I believe will best take us through our next leg of the term. If you'll permit me just to share, as a former sprinter, a track analogy came to mind for me. One of the marquee events in a track and field is the 4x100 meter relay. In the relay, there's a strategy to how you order your runners. The second runner is typically not necessarily the fastest or most explosive on the team. They are the runner with sound form, great speed endurance on the long back straight, keen awareness of the exchange zones, and they can be relied on for clean passes with teammates. When successful, this runner can maintain strong position or open up the lead for a team and really set up the rest of the race well. So in our second year of the term, I thought similarly about the importance of sound governance, continuity, and gaining momentum in our work. In my opinion, Trustee Chernos Lynn is best suited to meet that need at this time. She's demonstrated ethical leadership and acts with integrity, keeping us above board, and she's maintained focus on the mission and the values of our board in a complex educational environment. I'm very confident that her interest in serving this year is firmly rooted in student success and in the health of public education with an eye to succession planning. And I believe the relationships and initiatives forming with the ministry, the city, OPSPA, the director and senior staff can help us to advance to where I know that I, and I think many of you, want to see this board go. On a more personal level, as a first-time trustee, I have found her breadth of knowledge and experience across all areas like PIAC, and French, as well as the big business areas like TLC and finance, extremely helpful. She's also proven to be consistently present and responsive. As much as I've felt supported in her leadership, there have been times where I have also challenged her understanding and perspective to the benefit of our work, and I think that we have all done that. And it's that facilitation of those constructive criticisms and the healthy tensions that are needed to break through and create change. I see some of the spark of that work through our motions and advocacy already achieved this year. I feel that she has hit her stride as chair in what was a new cohort, and I believe that we've seen the proof of her skills, a fulfilled promise of commitment. And I believe that with everybody who's around the table, there's a possibility for inspired actions and a veer from the familiar under her leadership or with her leadership. I do think it would benefit the board to have us continue. And I appreciate Trustee Chernos-Lynn putting her name forward. And I appreciate the very serious consideration I know all of my colleagues are giving this. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Chernos-Lynn.
Good evening, trustees. I'd like to begin by thanking Trustee King for her very kind words. I've never really been compared to a sprinter, but it's a wonderful feeling. It has been a privilege to serve all of you as chair and an honor to ask for your vote once again this year for one more year. When I reread my notes from my speech from last year, I was reminded that I focused on two themes: collaboration and accessibility. In terms of collaboration, my focus has been on relationship building with all of you around the table, with trustees across the province through OBSPA and through Canada and across Canada through CSBA, with TDSB staff, with all levels of government, with the media, and with community leaders. My aim through the building of these relationships was to ensure opportunities for us as a board to support and serve our students. As I look back, this work has led to some significant successes. When I came in, there were really no meetings happening with the chair's office and the mayor's office, nor with the chair's office and the Minister of Education's office. On my watch, this has changed. One of the first meetings I had as chair was with the former Mayor Tory, where I began to lay a foundation for a stronger partnership based on the idea that we serve the same families. Out of these regular meetings came federal funds to pay for programming and TDSB Safe and Caring staffing to support TDSB's underserved youth. Together with Mayor Chow, I've reignited the City Council School Board Committee, and in a format that has stronger TDSB presence than in previous incarnations. Tonight, we elect 2 trustees to serve this committee. Through my meetings with the Minister of Education, I have managed to establish a culture of respect and listening. And while I cannot claim that all of our asks have been answered, we have garnered some productive funding, particularly with respect to special incidents portion funding, over $15 million more this year, and even more next year to support students with special needs. And I have detailed these achievements and more in my weekly column in Trustees Weekly, and in my more detailed and lengthy chair reports. These crucial positive developments are critical when we consider student success and academic achievement priorities that we've outlined in our multi-year strategic plan. My focus on relationship building has also been developed through my commitment to making myself available for staff. For those unaware, each week the chair and vice chair are responsible for reading draft reports and providing detailed feedback from a trustee and board lens. This is a responsibility I have taken seriously. My dedicated presence in this role has also been extended to my commitment to speaking with media and to attending events both inside and outside our system. While these may seem unimportant on the surface, I think showing up and being present when requested provides profile to our board, and it helps ensure continued public confidence in public education, something that is truly at risk in our province. This accessibility of the chair in good times and bad is important at both the public level, but also with trustees. This has been a year full of learning and settling in. In my discussions with each of you, I know there have been successes on this front, such as my office hours held every 2 weeks. But I am also aware that there are divisions among us. I acknowledge that I need to lean in more to ensure that all trustees are feeling heard. I commit to prioritize this part of the role so that we, as a board, have a better chance of finding our way forward with less division, less polarization, and with more clarity of purpose. If I receive your confidence to continue as your chair, I intend to reach out to each of you to arrange a visit to a couple of schools or places in each of your wards so that I may better understand the challenges you and your wards are facing. We have pressing financial challenges, a multi-year strategic plan renewal to see through, and so many policies and capital projects and modernization pieces to put forward, as well as succession planning. We have not yet fully emerged from COVID, and yet we are faced with a world that is in conflict. In my second year as chair, my goal will be to build on the stability of the foundation that I have laid and to enable us to move forward with strength and purpose in support of student success, mental health and wellness, and student achievement. I sincerely thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And now to Trustee Rajagulasingham.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, through the Director. I'd like to nominate Zakir Patel for the position of Chair. I've known Zakir for the past 6 years since his time on this board. For the past 6 years, he spent his time on FBEC, where he has also vice-chaired for a year. I think considering the season that we're in right now, we need to have a firm understanding of the budget process, but also of resource allocation. Another issue that I think we need to have a differentiated approach to is community engagement. Zakir has a lot of newcomer communities and immigrant communities in his ward, which he has a great relationship to, not just there, but in surrounding wards as well. And I think when we look at how we've been communicating with communities, with families, we're missing a large chunk of them. And it's not accessible the way that we've been sharing information. And we are targeting the same demographic. So I believe we need to have a different approach. Finally, Zakir is someone where we may not always agree, but he has always been someone that is ready to listen. And when you say something is not possible, he'll always be the one to ask why not. And I think having someone, we're 22 different personalities, and having someone that's able to balance different experiences, different views, and build that relationship, especially when trust has been broken, is really important. And I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Patel.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Yalini, for those amazing words. So, trustees, I know most of you don't know me. Can I take the mic in hand?
Yeah, pick it up.
Most of us don't know much about me, so let me tell you more about me today. And most in the community probably don't know this. Who am I? So I am one of those immigrants who immigrated in this country in 1995 with a family of 6 people, my mom and dad. Had a big high hopes to be a lawyer. Could not make it. I have responsibility of my mom, dad, my 3 brothers and sisters. So I chose to go to work. And I worked for 9 years, taking 1 day off. It was Christmas Day, I used to get day off. Why I'm sharing this today? It's a story of this board. Look at the face around. Who we are. Different perspective, different voices. And this is what makes us unique. Different ideas, different voice, different debates in here, because we have different perspective of things. So this is me, Zakir, who started helping community because I like to be voice of voiceless. people who don't have voices. 20 years ago, I started joining a party. It's not because I believe in an ideology. I believe in humanity. People who cannot talk, language barriers, scared to go to offices. So I stand up for that, regardless of who you are. It does not affect me. Race, religion, creed, color does not affect me. Anybody calls me for anything, I'm always available. And why I'm telling this story? This leads to a leadership. In my 20 years of public life, I have helped numerous MPs, MPPs, councillors, mayors, and I can assure you today, and I'm telling this publicly, you can call each and every MPs, MPPs, and councillors. I have a direct relationship, which is very key for all of us in here, because we need those partners. And I have a very good relationship with all levels of governments. I have a direct access to 3 GTA mayors. This is not a small thing. And I'm proud of that. What changed me, what bring me to TDSB, an incident, I was in downtown Toronto, somebody called me for help. And I said, okay, let's go meet this person. And I was told from that office that this particular person does not belong to the riding. And that inspired me to be a leader by myself. 17 years of public life, I've never asked any MP, MPP, or a councillor to give me a job. I never did that. Because my job was for the voiceless. And this is why I'm here today. I went to City Hall, I filed up the application, and I came, I told my family, I told my friends, I said, guys, I'm running for trustee. They all were excited. I was elected. Second term, I got elected again. You're talking about experience? I have experience of this board for the last 5 years. I know the system in and out. I sat on the most important committee we have at this board, which is finance and budget. I was a vice chair. I know how the system works. Our role as a chair, as we all know, though, that is to advocate for our students, communities. And trustees, today I want to remind all of you why we are here. We got elected for those students, for those parents. And that's why we're here today. Often I've been portrayed as I'm, against the staff or whatever it is. That's not the case. That's not the case. I have nothing against any staff or any members. It's our job, it's our duty to talk about the voiceless. And that's why you will not see me having a speech written, because everything comes today, it's from my heart and why I'm here today. And I'm proud to be a trustee, and I'm proud to be an advocate for those children and those trustees today who are new to this board. Do not let anyone tell you that you cannot do it. If I can do it, you can do it, anybody can do it. This is one of the jobs, which is public office, where you learn after you get hired. Keep that in mind. You learn this job after you get hired. That's public office. So do not let anyone tell you from today that you cannot do it. Everybody can do it. We all 22 can do it. That's why we're here. We're representing 240,000 students in the system. So do not let anyone tell you you cannot do it.
Thank you very much, Trustee Patel.
I have some more.
I think the time is up, unfortunately.
1 minute.
I think the time is up, unfortunately. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, counting on your support. And regardless of who wins, I'll still be a team player. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the candidates? Seeing no questions, we can proceed to the vote. Senior Manager Joseph Dowers will distribute the ballots. Please cast a vote for one of the following trustees, Trustee Patel or Trustee Chernos Lynn, by marking an X beside their name. Please do not make any other mark on the ballot.
Director, for
Madam
those of us online, do we email our vote to Leola?
For trustees online, please email Senior Manager Joseph Dowers as well as Executive Officer Paul Coven. Trustees, we would ask you, if you're in the room, please return your ballot to Senior Manager Joseph Dowers, who will tally the results, along with Paul Coven. Please remain muted and seated while the votes are being tallied. Thank you very much. May I call the meeting back to order, please?
Director Trustee Chinoslin has received a majority vote and is therefore declared elected to the position of Chair of the Board.
I will now turn the chair over to Trustee Chernos-Lynn, who has been elected Chair of the Board for the term ending November 14th, 2024. And thank you very much, Trustee Patel. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and thank you, Trustee Patel. You made me work hard for this, and I intend to reach out often. Okay, so moving on, we are on item number 4 of the agenda, which is the election of the Vice Chair of the Board. Do we have any nominees for Vice Chair of the Board? Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Yes, I would like to nominate Trustee Shan.
Trustee Shan, are you willing to stand for Vice Chair?
Yes, I'm willing, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And do we have any other, oh, I see there's a hand up online. Trustee Arts, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to nominate Trustee McLean.
And Trustee McLean, are you willing to stand for Vice Chair?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so are there any other candidates wishing to stand for Vice Chair? Could I have a motion? Seeing none, could I have a motion to close nominations? I see Trustee Laskin has moved that. Trustee Dudavides, thank you, has seconded. All in favor? Say aye. Any against? Okay, the nominations have closed. So we are now going, do I go in opposite? Is that how it works? Okay, so Trustee Arts, as we did with the election of chair, I would ask that you keep your remarks not too long, and with respect to Vice Chair Dan McLean, and then we will move. And then we will move on. So you have the floor, and I hope your voice holds because it doesn't sound, you sound like you're a little under the weather this evening, unfortunately.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I apologize for my squeaky voice. Thank you. In preparing for tonight, I reflected on the qualities that I look for in a chair or a vice chair of the board. Both roles are a lot of time, responsibility, involve engaging people, compromise, and helping us all work together. Over the last 5 years, I've come to know Dan McLean as a thoughtful, reflective person who works hard to understand the needs across the TDSB and the perspective of his colleagues. We haven't always agreed during decision making, but I have always appreciated his willingness to reach out for discussion, debate, and to listen and engage. I also appreciate how he reaches out to connect with staff to understand problems and work collaboratively on solutions. I appreciate Dan's drive to learn and always learn more. Despite his self-effacing jokes or jabs that he takes at himself, I am always impressed with Dan's preparation, by the questions that he asks, and his persistence to get a fulsome understanding of the education system. I appreciate that Dan is always present, not just for board meetings and professional development. You can find Dan in attendance at most TDSB advisory committee meetings and at school and community events across the city. And I appreciate that when he attends those events, he makes an effort to engage the community in conversation and to listen. Over the last 5 years, I've observed Dan's ability to keep his cool and bring levity when the room gets heated. I have learned that Dan is very passionate about his role as trustee, and I know he experiences frustrations just as the rest of us do. But I appreciate that Dan always seems to be able to take a deep breath and reset, and then frequently help the rest of us do the same. I believe from what I know about Trustee McLean that he would do a good job as vice chair of the board and would support the chair in leading us through our journey to continually do better for students and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. And now we will hear from Trustee McLean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Trustee Arts. I declared early because I wanted it to be clear that my interest was personal and not a reflection of others. I like to visit other wards, and I like to get around, and I like to meet with people. I like to see students performing, especially. I think the organizers really enjoy it when trustees are able to attend. I'm retired. I'm available during, other than my trustee duties, I'm available during the day, and I found that to be a great advantage that allows me to get to as many events as I can. I've served on all of the community advisory committees with the exception of PIAC, who only allows for one member. I was vice chair of PSSC for a year, and I think that has helped me prepare. I think the mere possibility of this has Denise over there reviewing her retirement plans, so well, bear with me. I'm a middle-aged white man, and middle-aged is probably generous and a little overly optimistic. But I believe in representation. The representation in our class, from the posters and the reading materials, to educators, administrators, and members of senior team. Representation definitely matters. I'm a little less convinced on how it applies to singular positions like that of the vice chair, but I openly recognize this isn't mine alone to decide. We have two girls, and it was my job in the house to teach them when it was time to teach them how to ride a bike. Heather, my oldest, it took about 90 minutes. I was there to keep her safe, to observe, offer instruction. Some of it helpful. But ultimately, she learned how to ride the bike. That next spring, it was Brittany's turn. And I'm not giving away family secrets when I share that Brittany was a little more coordinated with a better sense of balance. It took her all of 6 minutes. My job was to keep her safe and get out of the way. Just let her learn and adapt. Both girls were very proud of their accomplishment and the independence and the confidence that came with it. Our board has a graduation rate of 87%, and I think the majority on that path aren't really looking for us to provide a great deal of assistance. But the 13% who aren't on a graduation pathway are desperately hoping that we will be able to mitigate and eliminate the barriers to their graduation. The board has taken many steps in my time to enhance graduation rates, and I'd like to mention a few. The board supported the development of the 2S LGBTQ+ advisory committee. I hate acronyms. But this was done to support, to encourage voice and to support the students and staff of the community and to help create a kinder, more empathetic, and positive learning experience for all. In 2019, the board unanimously supported the development of the Center of Excellence for Black Student Achievement. Now, the board doesn't get to claim the brilliance that's going on there. However, we did understand the aspirational opportunity in front of us. We allocated more money than was asked for because we desperately wanted this groundbreaking initiative to succeed. And ever since, the students and staff of the center have been vastly exceeding expectations. In 2021, the board modified our discipline process. We eliminated all of the kindergarten to grade 3 suspensions from student OSRs. We created a table that limits the amount of time a suspension will sit on a student's record. Students, we still have to address student serious errors of judgment, but we get to do it in a manner that allows students to learn from their mistakes without having to carry the burden of that mistake for their entire TDSB career. Learn from the mistake, learn from the restorative practices, but do it in a manner that doesn't create an additional burden to student success and ultimately to graduation. This last spring, this board approved $3.9 million worth of proceeds for disposition, save 31 CYC positions in social work.
Trustee McLean, you need to wrap it up. Your time is up.
I appreciate your consideration. Clocks run faster here than they do at my house.
Okay, and thank you very much, Trustee McLean. And now we will have a nomination for from Trustee Earhart on behalf of Trustee Shen.
Thanks very much. And is it okay? Can I sit? Is it all? Are we standing? Sitting? We're standing?
We are at formal board,
Oh,
so
we're formal
we'll ask
board.
that
My
you stand.
apologies, everyone. First, I want to say I think it's great that we have options. I think chair and vice chair are huge responsibilities, and I'm very happy that we have multiple good options before us. The option I want to put forward this evening is for Trustee Shan, who has served, I think, very well as our vice chair, and I feel that that continuity would be helpful for us. Some of the things that I have noticed this year that I'd like to put before you this evening is, one, I've observed Trustee Shan's crystal clear knowledge of procedure and his ability to seamlessly step forward and implement and put forward that knowledge for our effective use around the trustee table. I think it's been invaluable, and I think it will continue to be very, very helpful during our deliberations. I've also noticed just how hard he works and his responsiveness. I've seen that throughout the year at almost all hours of the day. And I know when he says that he has an interest and is willing to commit, that that's something we will visibly see throughout the year. I've also noted his strong values and moral compass and his use of that strong moral compass to present unifying visions. He has had me thinking several times around the trustee table around my perspectives and has allowed me the opportunity to grow. These are all things that I think are incredibly valuable. Some other things I think he continues to bring to the table are strong relationships with other orders of government. And I've observed our now returning chair, Chair Chernos Lynn and Trustee Shan have a great rapport and seem to balance each other in a way that I think is very positive and can continue to be very productive for our board. And just thanks very much for the consideration, and thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart, for that nomination. And now we will turn our attention to Trustee Shen, who will speak on his behalf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity last year to be your vice chair. It was an incredible honor to be the vice chair of this school board, this amazing group of trustees working together. I also want to make sure that I acknowledge the Indigenous communities who have let me be part of this land and cherish the opportunity to be elected representative fleeing a war, fleeing a genocide, coming to this land, and being able to stand in solidarity as well. You know, as a young person, relatively young person, who's not retired, who has to prove sometimes, and a racialized person, constantly have to prove why I'm worth it. So I want to take some time to talk about what I have done, because you know, in our culture, we often told play it down, but in certain contexts, I will have to. So I'll talk a little bit about my experiences. I came as a refugee youth at the age of 16, to a TDSB school with my sister, without my parents as an unaccompanied minor, and went through a lot of stereotypes, racial profiling in the school, and broke through to become a school board trustee. My experience shaped me to become a youth worker because some of my peers lost their life. Those who are old enough would know what happened to Tamil youth in the 90s. And so, having lost some of my peers, I was not supposed to be emotional. Anyways, led me to become a youth worker in Malvern and worked in Malvern. And having worked in Malvern with Tamil youth first, my experience, then I was able to become a youth programs manager and do a lot of work everywhere else as well. Now, as a parent of 2 children who are going to school in Scarborough, in addition to teaching them basic skills, I also have to teach them how to navigate an environment where they're not valued sometimes, they're not represented sometimes. That experience of being a father of 2 young men in Scarborough, racialized, and being a youth worker, being a teacher myself, as a math and science teacher who went into teaching, wanted to change a lot of things and saw how restricted the environment is, and came to run as a trustee. All those experiences shape who I am. I speak multiple, I can speak Tamil fluently, I can speak Hindi, Urdu to an extent to communicate. Those are major languages, so that becomes a benefit as well. And I can go around the room. I worked at St. Denis Drive, Flemington Park in Trustee Rajwani's area. I worked in Janet Finch around Tenant Right in Trustee D. DeVita's area. I worked with 4 Youth Initiative at Trustee Lieben's area. I worked at Oriel Community Center and George's Vanier. So I can go around each of these areas, Rexdale in downtown with St. Jarvis and Hyde Park and so on. I've experienced, sometimes you're looked at as Scarborough folks, but I worked in multiple spaces. Immigrants and youth-related work. I worked in Peterborough, making that city become more inclusive to immigrant communities. So all these experiences will bring me to a place where I can meaningfully engage the board representatives in conversations. In addition to that, I have a strong record on advocacy. I led the campaign to have the Anti-Racism Directorate at the provincial level, working with all parties together, bringing over 100 organizations, and today Anti-Racism Directorate is there at the provincial level. I've had a number of newcomer and immigration policies at federal and provincial levels. I work, even though I belong to a particular party, I work with all parties to do that kind of work. And then finally, in 2006, I was a trustee, many, many years ago, often boxed as a young person who often mistaken for student trustee, often asked, what does your community think about an issue when they talk to me, as opposed to me representing a diverse community. From 2006 in that region, the work I did, today many educators from York region still reach out to me whenever they have concerns around some of the equity stuff and so on, to get feedback, to get support. So I believe in long-lasting impact, and that's why I want to take this opportunity to serve 1 more year. I say 1 more year because there's many of you who are qualified to be in this position as a vice chair. There should be a position where you have another job, a little bit flexible job, to be able to do a vice chair, and I don't want to hold this for too long. I only ask for 1 more year. And I think my facilitation skills, I've facilitated hundreds of, I don't have the time there, so if somebody can put that back up. I used to chair conventions and provincial council for the NDP, where hundreds of people are arguing about points of order, points of information, and points of personal privilege, amendments to amendments. I have a good knowledge about procedures that I can bring to the table and continue to work together with the chair on those. And finally, what do I want to bring? I want to make sure every trustee is supported more in their role. There are multiple challenges as trustees who have multiple demands in our life. We need to have the support. We need to make sure that we increase the transparency and accountability of the board, advocate for sharpened advocacy, not just letters, but what does real advocacy, effective advocacy look like? And finally, I want the board to communicate a vision that we can all be proud of, not just manage crisis, but have a vision that we can all join together and be proponents of. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Shen. Are there any questions of the candidates? Okay, everybody's unusually quiet during question period today. So seeing no further questions, we will now proceed with the vote. Please cast a vote for one of the following trustees, Trustee Nathan Shan or Trustee Dan McLean. by marking an X beside their name. Do not make any other mark on the ballot, please. Could I call the meeting back to order, please, trustees? Thank you. Do I need to ring the bell?
Yeah, this one, not that.
Not that one. I'll just make sure to get everybody back. Just 1 second. We're still waiting on a few people. I did. We used to have a school bell here, but I don't remember what happened to it or something. We had something here. Well, I did. I rung that, yeah. There's also a panic kind of one, which you don't want to ring. Done that before by accident. Who are we waiting for? Trustee Patel. And Trustee Wong. Can I go?
Are we ready? Are we live? Oh, Madam Chair, Trustee Shan has received a majority vote and is therefore declared elected to the position of Vice Chair of the Board.
This all feels a little familiar. Congratulations, Vice Chair Shan. So we will now move on to item number 5 in our agenda. And this is the election of members of our standing committee. Where are you? Where? Mine looks different. Oh, I see. Okay. So at this point in the agenda, as we will be electing standing committees, the meeting will recess for up to 10 minutes to permit the members to informally develop a consensus concerning the membership of standing committees. Display boards will be positioned in the boardroom to facilitate this approach. The meeting will reconvene and consider by motion the membership of the standing committees. If consensus is not achieved, then committee memberships will be determined by secret ballot. So I am now able to. Okay, before we allow everyone to move up to place their names where they wish and work that out, I will just go to Trustee Arts, who is online. Her hand is up.
Just a question on how you would like those of us online to proceed. Shall we just let you know our first choice?
And just let me just ask, Ms. Joseph Dowers, would they be emailing this or just calling out, just coming offline and telling us? Okay, so if you could just let us know where we would like to be, and that way we will put your names on the board, and then we will go from there. So we have so for those online, I know we have Trustee Arts, and we have Trustee Nunziata, and we have Trustee Gose. I think that's it, correct? Okay, so just one at a time, if you could come off mute and let the board know where we would like to be placed.
My first choice would be FDEC, please.
Thank you. Trustee Gose? Okay, Trustee Nunziata?
Through the chair, my first choice would be Governance Policy Committee.
Okay, thank you. And we have an email from Trustee Gose, so we will follow that. And I would now invite trustees to come up to the board to place their names. And a reminder that the chair and the vice chair are ex officio on all 3 committees.
GPC, boardroom. Mhm. And who's the members of the members of the Finance, Budget and Enrollment Committee, please go to Committee Room A. Members of GPC, you stay in the boardroom, and members of PSSC, Committee Room B. What you do?
Denise, I'm moving myself because
Where you going?
I'm going to GPC. I can't stay in this.
So we have a vote. We'll have to have a vote in that. So then wait. Where is Nathan? No, Nathan. Where are you? No, you big. You and anyone. We never had this before, you know. Somebody always willingly move, you know. Only Patrick wants to move. Let me ask Patrick. Yeah. What's his? Yeah, you have his number? Yeah. And, Trustee Nunziata, could you check your email, please?
I will, thank you.
Oh, I can message you in the chat. Could you respond, please?
Hi, I'm here. I'm looking at my email. I don't
The room is
see.
very noisy. I can't hear you. So are you able to message me?
Sure.
No, you yeah, you good. Yeah. Ah. Dan, call out the names and everything.
Okay, what I've got.
I would have really liked. He said no.
I would love some water, thank you. Okay, so we're still on the election of members of standing committees because there is a hot ticket for GPC. We have 8 trustees interested in the Governance and Policy Committee, but we can have a maximum of 7 people on this committee. So we're going to distribute ballots to everyone. All of us have the ability to vote for up to 7 trustees, a maximum of 7 trustees for GPC. The trustees who have put their names forward for GPC are on the screen. They are Trustee Rajakulasingam, Trustee Pei, Trustee Lee, Trustee Nunziata, Trustee Hastings, Trustee Srikandaraja, Trustee Wong, and Trustee Earhart. Trustee Loka-Rotman, do you have a question?
Yeah, I moved so that we wouldn't have to vote, but if we're voting anyway, can I be on the list as well, please?
You sure can.
Thank
So
you.
we have 9. We'll make an addition to that. Trustee Loka-Rotman. No problem. Yes, on governance. So we'll just amend that and we'll get it up on the screen. And then once that committee has been established, that committee will choose a chair. So again, it is up to 7 trustees. What's wrong? And ballots are being distributed to those trustees who are online. I think that's Trustee Arts. I'm not sure, is Trustee Ghost still on the call? Okay, so Trustee Arts, I'm hoping that you can see the names on the screen. If you could just email your votes in to Paul Coven and Denise, that would be very helpful.
Sure, thanks. Am I choosing 6 or 7?
You can choose up to 7 if you wish. Maximum of 7,
Thank you.
please.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Arts.
Madam Chair, if someone don't pick 7, how do we count the votes? Is it most votes win?
Majority.
Okay, so technically the votes could not add up to a full slate, right? You don't have to all pick 7. Got it.
Well, Ms. Joseph Dowers assures me that it will be sorted out, but
Sorry,
I'm
how-
happy to entertain questions.
But how does that get sorted out? I like to understand. No, so vacant votes, where does it go? Okay, got it. It's a number thing.
Trustees that get the most votes get appointed to the committee.
So
Trustee Patel, do you have a question?
Less than 7 is good, more than 7 is invalid.
Correct. If you put 8 people on your ballot, is it the last one that doesn't count, or is it won't count entirely? It's spoiled. So maximum of 7 individuals is what I have been told by governance. Maximum of 7. No standing committee can have more than 7 in order to get us to 19. Do you have a question, Trustee King? You look like you're, okay, I just wondered. Are we ready? Okay, I haven't filled my. I'm busy answering questions.
Governance and Policy. Madam Chair, the members of the Governance and Policy Committee, trustees Nanziata, Rajakulisingham, Sriskandaraja, Lee, Wong, Hastings, and Earhart.
Okay, and so if your name, oh, right, okay, so we need trustee Pei and trustee Lilka Rotman to join a different committee.
Madam Chair, can I move myself to finance? Thank you.
We just voted,
Why can't I? If this is a democratic process, if I withdraw, can I move?
but the board just voted.
Can I make
Trustee Lee.
can I make an amendment for trustee Lee to be moved to FBAC? Can I have a seconder? Trustee Say.
To FBAC, trustee
Yeah.
Lee?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I don't understand. Yeah.
I'm just going to confer with governance as to what the proper process would be, because this has not just trustee Laskin, please. I am going to just ask for a brief recess while we confer as to what the proper process would be. Thank you. Never a dull moment in the boardroom. We are still on the election of members of standing committees, and I'm just going to explain what's happened. So we have a trustee who's wishing to move off of governance and policy and move to FBAC. We have voted, but we haven't actually accepted and voted on the standing committees yet. So we don't need a motion for trustee Lee to move. We have moved him over because there was still a spot on FBAC. That committee is now full. But because the vote that we did before was on a different slate, and the slate is now different than it is once he's been removed, we have to redo the vote. So I will, trustee services are going to pass around ballots, and we now have 8 trustees. You may vote for up to 7 trustees to sit on GPC, governance and policy. Their names of those who wish to be on GPC are Trustee Rajagulasingham, Trustee Nunziata, Trustee Hastings, Trustee Siskandaraja, Trustee Wong, Trustee Earhart, Trustee Lilka Rotman, and Trustee Pei. So I would just ask all trustees to please vote for up to 7 members for this committee. I hope that has been a clear explanation. And take your seat. Turn it over to Ms. Joseph Towers for an update.
Madam Chair, the members of the Governance and Policy Committee would be trustees Nunziata, Rajakulasingam, Sriskandaraja, Wong, Hastings, Earhart, and Lalka Rotman. Seven members, trustee, we would have to move to
PSSC.
No, because
We
of
could.
seven and effect. Yeah, true.
Trustee Lolka, do you have your hand up? Okay, that's very gracious of you. Okay, so the committee members for GPC, just to reiterate, are Trustee Nunziata, Rajakulasingam, Pei, yes, Sriskandaraja, Wong, Hastings, and Earhart. And then for PSSC, for Program and School Services, the trustees are as follows. Trustee Rajwani, Trustee Williams, Trustee Dawson, Trustee King, Trustee Gose, and Trustee Lolka Rotman. Okay, so do we have locations that they're going to? So committee members of FBEC, if you could go to committee room A to choose your chair and vice chair with AD Zucker. GPC is going to remain in this room with Associate Director Pon. And PSSC, Program and School Services Committee members will be moving to Committee Room B with Associate Director Salmon to choose their chair and vice chair. Thanks, everybody. And thank you to all the staff providing support for this. And we will be going into recess while the vice chair and chair elections of standing committees occur. Thank you. Oh, we're not live. Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh, do you want us to move these? No. Okay. Okay, the screens aren't down. Does that matter? They're coming down now. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. We now have a slate of membership for our 3 standing committees. So on Finance, Budget, and Enrollment Committee, we have the following trustees. Trustee Didavides, Trustee Hassan, Trustee Patel, Trustee Lee, Trustee Arts, Trustee Laskin, and Trustee McLean. The chair of the Finance, Budget, and Enrollment Committee is Trustee Zakir Patel, and the vice chair is Trustee Matthias Didavides. Congratulations. Next, we have, and we're just going to change the screen, and it's the Governance and Policy Committee. The following trustees provide the membership of this committee. Trustee Rajakulasingam, Trustee Pei, Trustee Earhart, Trustee Wong, Trustee Sriskandaraja, Trustee Nunziata, and Trustee Hastings. The chair of the Governance and Policy Committee is Trustee Rajakulasingam, and the vice chair is Trustee Sriskandaraja. Congratulations. The third standing committee is the Program and School Services Committee. The following trustees provide the membership. Trustee Rajwani, Trustee Williams, Trustee Dawson, Trustee King, Trustee Gose, and Trustee Loka Rotman. The chair of PSSC is Trustee Williams, and the vice chair is Trustee King. Congratulations, everybody. Could I have a mover and a seconder to accept this slate of standing committees, please? Trustee King and Trustee Hassan, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Thank you. And any opposed? Opposed? Okay. So we have 1 opposed. It has carried. And next up, we're going to move to item number 6. If we could have item number 6 on the agenda on the screen. Oh, we weren't on 5? Sorry, item number 7. This is statutory committees. Item number 7.1 is the Parent Involvement Advisory Committee. It is recommended that the board appoint 1 trustee to serve on the Parent Involvement Advisory Committee, otherwise known as PIAC, to the term ending November 14th, 2024. Do I have any nominations or offers to stand on this committee? We're looking for 1 trustee. Thank you, Trustee Didavides. Any other nominations? Okay, and could I ask all those in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, Trustee Didavides is appointed to PIAC. Congratulations. Okay, next up, we have, sorry, just give me one moment. We are going to move on to the establishment of community advisory committees and the appointment of trustee members. Item 8A is the Urban Indigenous Community Advisory Committee. It is recommended that the Urban Indigenous Community Advisory Committee be reestablished and that the board appoint a maximum of 2 members to serve on the Urban Indigenous Community Advisory Committee, one of whom will serve as co-chair for the term ending November 14th, 2024. I'm looking now for nominations as members and a co-chair. Can I just ask for clarification, Ms. Joseph Dowers? We're just looking for members and then they decide afterwards, or we're choosing? Okay. So can I first ask, who wishes to stand as for membership on the Urban Indigenous Community Advisory Committee? I see Trustee Williams and Trustee Earhart. Any other trustees? Okay, we have two trustees, so we have what's required. Would either of these members be willing to sit as co-chair? I see Trustee Williams's hand. I feel like we need to move this monitor because I can't see Trustee Williams's face. Okay, so we have a co-chair and two members. All those in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, that has carried. Next up, we have the 2SL LGBTQ+ Community Advisory Committee. It is recommended that the 2SL LGBTQ+ Community Advisory Committee be reestablished. The board shall appoint a maximum of 2 members to serve on this committee, one of whom will serve as co-chair for the term ending November 14th, 2024. I am looking for trustees who would volunteer to sit on this committee. Thank you, Trustee King. Do we have a second trustee wishing to sit on this?
Trustee Arts?
Thank you, Trustee Arts. And would one of the trustees be willing to act as community co-chair? Okay, Trustee King has volunteered. Any other requests from trustees? Hearing none, I would ask all those in favor to say aye or raise their hands. We'll vote by show of hands. Any opposed? Okay, Trustee King will co-chair this committee and Trustee Arts will be the second member on this committee. Thank you, trustees, and congratulations. Up next, we have the Alternative Schools Community Advisory Committee. In this case, it is recommended that this committee be reestablished and that the board appoint, again, a maximum of 2 members to serve on ASCAC, one of whom will serve as co-chair for the term ending November 14th, 2024. Do I have any trustees willing to stand to sit on this committee?
Trustee Arts?
Trustee Arts, was that a willingness to sit?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Trustee Earhart, do you have a question? Alternative Schools Community Advisory Committee. Okay. Any other trustees wishing to sit on this? There are 2 spots available if they wish. Okay, Trustee Rajwani, thank you very much. Would one of you be willing to sit as co-chair on this committee?
I will.
Thank you, Trustee
I will
Arts.
volunteer. Thanks.
And looking to Trustee Rajwani, that's good. Okay, I'm not seeing any other trustees interested in this committee. Okay, so we will now just do a show of hands or say aye. All those in favor. We would have Trustee Arts as chair and Trustee Rajwani as the alternate. Any opposed? And I'll just correct myself, it's not as an alternate, it's just as a member on the committee. Okay, that has carried. Congratulations. Next item is number 4. This is the Black Student Achievement Community Advisory Committee. It is recommended that the Black Student Achievement Community Advisory Committee be established and that the board appoint a maximum of 2 members to serve on this committee, one of whom will serve as co-chair for the term ending November 14th, 2024. I'm looking around the room to see, do we have any trustees? Thank you. Trustee Hassan has put up his hand. Do we have a second trustee? Trustee Hassan has volunteered. Do we have any other trustees wishing to sit on this committee? Okay, not seeing any. Trustee Hassan, would you be willing to also sit as co-chair? Thank you very much. Looking around the room, we're going to do show of hands. All in favor? Those online, feel free to raise your hand or say aye. If in favor, any opposed? Okay, that has carried. Congratulations and thank you, Trustee Hassan. Up next, we have the Early Years Community Advisory. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Number 5, the Community Use of Schools Community Advisory Committee. In this committee, we are looking to reestablish the Community Use of Schools Community Advisory Committee, and we would be looking to appoint 2 members to serve on this committee, with one as co-chair with a term ending November 14th. I'm looking for volunteers to serve on this committee and one to act as co-chair. I see Trustee Earhart has volunteered. Trustee Patel, thank you. So we have 2 trustees. Is one willing to chair? Okay, Trustee Earhart has agreed to chair. And all those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, you're good with it? Okay, thank you, Trustee Earhart. Next up, we are on the Early Years Community Advisory Committee. If we could just have, oh, there it is on the screen. So we're looking to ensure that this committee is reestablished and that the board appoint a maximum of 2 members to serve on the Early Years Community Advisory Committee, one who will serve as co-chair, like all the others, with a term ending November 14th, 2024. Do I have any trustees willing to sit on this committee? Okay. Oh, thank you, Trustee Williams. Okay, Trustee Williams has agreed to sit on the Early Years Community Advisory Committee. Would you be willing to be the community co-chair, Trustee Williams? Thank you very much. So all those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Next up, we have the Environmental Sustainability Community Advisory Committee. So it is recommended that this Community Advisory Committee be reestablished and that the board appoint a maximum of 2 members to serve on the Environmental Sustainability Community Advisory Committee, one of whom will serve as community co-chair. Could I have nominations for, for this committee? I see Trustee Wong has raised her hand and Trustee DeVitis, thank you. Would one of the trustees be willing to serve as co-chair? I see Trustee Wong, thank you, has raised her hand and agreed. All those in favor? Okay, any opposed? Okay, so the record will show that Trustee Wong is co-chair, Trustee DeVitis as the second member. Next up, we have the Equity Policy Community Advisory Committee. Again, we are looking to reestablish this committee and that the board appoint a maximum of 2 members to serve on the Equity Policy Community Advisory Committee, one who will serve as co-chair for the term ending November 14th, 2024. Do we have any trustees wishing to step forward? Thank you, Vice Chair Shan. Any other trustees looking to sit on this? Trustee Arts.
Trustee Arts, well, thanks.
Thank you very much, Trustee Arts. And is one of you willing to serve as co-chair? As community co-chair? Okay. There's a question if Trustee Arts would like to do this. If not, Vice Chair Shan is willing, but he has asked Trustee Arts if you'd be willing.
I'm already co-chairing the other committee I'm on. One of the other committees I'm on.
To do this? Okay. Vice Chair Shan will graciously chair that. Okay, so we have a chair, a community co-chair and a member. before us. Could we vote by show of hands? All those in favor, or say aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that has been decided. On to item number 9, which is the French as a Second Language Community Advisory Committee. Again, we are looking to reestablish this committee and that the board appoint a maximum of 2 members to serve on FSLAC, one of whom will serve as the community co-chair for the term ending November 14th, 2024. Do we have any trustees willing to serve on FSLAC? I see Trustee McLean has raised his hand. Any other interest? Seeing none, I would just ask Trustee McLean, are you willing to serve as co-chair? I got a thumbs up. We have a member and a co-chair offering to serve. Can we vote on this, please, by show of hands? All those in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, that has carried. Thank you, Trustee McLean. Up next, we have item number 10, and this is the last of our community advisory committees. This is the Inner City Community Advisory Committee, and we are looking for again, to reestablish the committee and for 2 members, one of whom would serve as community co-chair. I see Trustee Dawson has raised her hand. Do we have other interest from trustees? Okay, seeing none. Trustee Dawson, would you be willing to serve as community co-chair? I get a thumbs up. That's great. Let's open the vote on this. We'll do show of hands again. All those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that has carried. So now, we don't need to vote on the whole slate, right? Because that's done. Okay. So moving along to special committees. Okay, so we're now on special and ad hoc committees. First up, we have the Negotiation Steering Committee. So it is recommended that the Negotiation Steering Committee be reestablished and that the board appoint up to 6 trustees to serve on the Negotiation Steering Committee for a term ending November 14th, 2024. Could I perhaps see any trustees who are interested, if they could raise their hands or let us know?
Trustee Arts?
Okay, so we have Trustee Arts. I think we have 6 total. Okay, so I see Trustee Patel, Trustee Dawson, Trustee Williams, Vice Chair Shan, and Michelle. Okay. Trustee Arts, did you have your hand up for this? Okay, I'll take mine down. Including Trustee Arts? Okay. Okay, do we have 6? Okay, so we have 6 trustees who have put their names forward. Trustee Arts, Cherneslin, Shan, Williams, Patel, and Dawson. Did we get everybody? Okay. And all those in favor? Do I need somebody else to chair? Can I have somebody else to chair since I'm... Oh, right, we're not choosing the chair, but do I call the vote though when I'm... Because I'm part of this. I'll pass the chair to Vice Chair Shen, just to... Sorry, not to Vice Chair, to Trustee McLean. Sorry, that's right, you're on it as well. Just to ask for a vote on the membership of this committee, if that would be okay.
You don't think this is cruel?
No,
Okay. Sure. Well, show of hands.
you're a big boy.
All in favor? Carries. I'll give the chair back.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have, okay, so that is the Negotiation Steering Committee. Now we're turning to organizations that are external to the board. First up, we have the Canadian National Exhibition Association. We are looking for a representative to the CNE Association for a term ending November 14th, 2024. Okay, so we're looking for one trustee. I see trustee Hastings and trustee Dawson, who are both looking to sit on this committee. So we are going to go to a vote. Are we able to speak? Yes. Yes, you are able to speak if you wish. So trustee Dawson, since you've wished to speak, you may go first.
Okay, so this is the nomination for the CNE Association, not to be confused with the CNE Board. It's been my pleasure to be on the association for the past year. You know, one of the things that we're working on right now is a revision of the multi-year strategic plan, and it's really important to me to continue that work. Also, you know, the CNE is not a very diverse association currently, so I think that representation does matter. It's in my ward, and I think that's somewhat the expectation. All of the other political appointees on the association are in that ward. But really and truly, I do want to see through the multi-year strategic plan exercise. I'm really in it for that and have been attending the additional meetings and consultations related to that. So I would appreciate the opportunity once again. Thank you.
Trustee Hastings, did you wish to speak?
No, I'll let her have that.
You'll let her have that? Okay, thank you. We don't need Miss Joseph Dowers, we're okay. But you're prepared should there be another. We've counted out 19, so in case we have an extra vote on something else, we're ready. Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Hastings, for that gracious acquisition. Okay, so we have covered, we need to vote on this. So all those in favor, we'll do a show of hands. This is for the CNE Association, Trustee Dawson appointed. And any opposed? Seeing none, that has carried. Moving on, we are at the Ontario Public School Boards Association. So there are a series, it's just everybody, I'm going to read out because there's a number of pieces to this. So, oh, no, that's too small. I need to, thank you very much. It is recommended that the board appoint 3 directors to serve on the Ontario Public School Boards Association for a term ending November 14th, 2024. That the board appoint one of the directors to serve as the vice president of enrollment for a term ending November 14th, 2024. That the board appoint 3 alternate directors to serve on the Ontario Public Association Public School Boards Association for a term ending November 14th, and that the board appoint 1 voting delegate and 1 alternate voting delegate for a term ending November 2024. So I'm just going to check with Ms. Joseph Dowers how we open nominations for this. So we're going to do directors first. Trustee Laskin, do you have a question?
I have a question. I think there should also be the alternate vice president of enrollment, which is not here, in case the vice president can't actually attend the meeting.
Okay, so that the board appoint an alternate vice president of enrollment? Is that the motion? Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Trustee DeVitis, thank you. All those in favor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question. Can you give clarification why we want to do that?
The board votes on the vice president from the 3 directors, and sometimes the vice president can't make the meeting. So instead of the other 2 directors wondering who's going to do it, it's better that the board appoints, in my opinion, but it's up to the board.
Yes, Vice Chair Shen, go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just wanted to also make sure that the structure of OPSPA allows within the executive a change of a person as opposed to having so they allow a replacement to the person. Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So for example, if the board of executive body of OBSPA wants to have constant membership, or if they're okay with having a rotational membership, not rotational membership, a replacement if
Yes.
somebody's not able to.
If someone can't make
Trustee
it.
Laskin,
Oh, sorry.
I don't think you have the floor. In my experience, they do if somebody is not able to make it. Trustee Arts, I see you have your hand up, and I know you may have more to add on this.
Yes, they are expecting us to give them the names of the vice president of enrollment, the enrollment representative, and an alternate that would be contacted in case the vice president can't make the executive meetings. Similarly, ahead of a vote at board, it's only one of the 6 people in this group that it is a designated voting member, and OBSPA always needs to know in advance who is voting, either the designated representative or the alternate. So everything has an alternate.
Okay, thank you. And I have noticed that they do want to know in advance who would be attending. Okay, so are there any further questions on this motion? Seeing none, we'll open the vote by show of hands. All those in favor of that the board appoint one of the directors to serve as the alternate vice president of enrollment for a term ending November 14th. All those in favor, show of hands. Any opposed? Okay, that has carried. Okay, so I'm just going to ask, Ms. Joseph Dowers, are we then voting ad seriatim on each of these items?
We're doing the director's and then we do the alternate vice president of enrollment. We're doing each section separately.
Okay, so we're going to do each one separately. If we could have that back up on the screen, it would be appreciated. So first, we're going to ask for nominations for 3 directors to serve on OBSPA for the term ending November 14th. Trustee Arts, Trustee Dawson, Trustee Williams, and Vice Chair Shan have put their names forward. So we will go to a vote. Okay, so there's been a request to speak on this. So I think Trustee Dawson, you asked first, and then Vice Chair Shan. No? There's 3 spots for 4 people for 3 spots. So Vice Chair Shen, please go ahead.
Well, thank you. I've been to a number of OBSPA events over the last decade, and I think while we are appreciative of the fact that we have a provincial body, it is not reflective of the diversity of the province. And a lot of the times, people who choose to go from boards to be in those have extra times and often end up being underrepresented when you see equity-seeking groups, lived experiences, and so on. It's changed a bit from 2006 when I was first trustee in York Region, but there's a lot more work to be done. The executive particularly is not reflective as well. As I said, I've been a trustee with York Region with this board before and second time. I've also worked with at least 9 other school boards in Ontario with different anti-racism work. So I think I can bring that experience to the executive committee and open up the space, have more reflective events, have more reflective spaces so that young trustees, maybe new trustees, and all the trustees who feel underrepresented can find a home in the provincial advocacy. It's also a very critical time provincially with a lot of changes coming through, and next couple of years is going to be much more changes provincially through Ministry of Education, and it's important to have a strong advocacy voice. I know we do often refer to OBSA as our channel of advocacy, so it makes sense for us to be represented. So I would like to be elected as an OBSA representative so I can carry my experience and my voice on behalf of all of you to the provincial level. Thank you.
Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure to serve on OPSPA for the last year, and I'd like your support in continuing again. Just to echo what Trustee Shen has said about representation on the board, I actually did some fact checking today, and there are 6 racialized trustees out of 31 on OPSPA. That's about 20%, and Canada, or Ontario rather, is 30%. So we need to at least inch closer to that. I do think that there's been a lot of headway with the Black Trustees Caucus on OPSPA, and I'm happy to be a founding member of that together with my colleagues, and I hope that I can continue that work in this capacity for the next year. Thank you.
Okay, do any other trustees wish to comment?
Is it me? My turn?
Sure, please go ahead, Trustee Williams.
Okay, thank you. So I put myself forward for this position again on OPSPA. I've been participating, an active participant as a director from this board on OPSPA for the last year, and really believe in the work, the advocacy work that OPSPA has been doing, and participated in the previous advocacy day that OPSPA runs annually. I think the last slate, I probably went to more MPPs than any other member that day last year, and looking forward to that advocacy work again this year. So I've been present, active. I don't speak a lot, but I work hard, as you maybe have observed. So I'd appreciate your support to continue that work at OPSPA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Williams. And Trustee Arts, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've enjoyed the work at OPSPA a lot. I've worked really hard over the last year to get to know other boards. There is, especially because outside of Toronto, I'm probably sure you all know we're not very well liked. And to make sure they understand that we all work together towards the same goals for equity. I did not plan to seek the VP enrollment again. I do think that can change up, but I would like to continue to support with the knowledge I have and continue to work on the projects that we have been working on the last couple of years, Project Compass and the Equity and Diversity and Inclusion Audit that led to the creation of the Black Trustees Caucus, and is making space for other groups and has changed the structure of the executive council and the board over the last year. Has been really great work, but it's not done yet. So I'd like to continue to be involved, and I've enjoyed it, and it's good work, and hopefully, as alternate says, as the years go by, other people will also step up to want the experience too. Thanks.
Okay, and seeing no other questions or hands raised by trustees, we will now distribute voting cards for this. I would just remind everybody that we're picking 3 directors from the 4 who have put their names forward.
And online, can we private message Denise, or what are can we only email? What's the options?
Yes, you can do that, Trustee Skandaraja. That would be fine.
So private messaging, do that one?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
We're back in session, and we now have 3 directors to put forward, Dawson, Williams, and Shan. So that we voted though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so those are the 3 new directors.
So trustees Alexis Dawson, Deborah Williams, and Nathan Shan for the screen. So from the directors, we need to appoint a vice president.
Okay, that's the next thing. Okay, so next up, we need to appoint one of the directors to serve as Vice President of Enrollment for a term ending November 14th, 2024. Do we have a trustee willing to serve as Director of Enrollment? Trustee,
Can I nominate Trustee Williams?
yes. Okay, so I saw Trustee Williams' hand go up. Can I assume that you're willing to stand for nomination, Trustee Williams? Okay, and Vice Chair Shan, you also wish to stand for this?
I'll run for alternate.
Okay, so we have Trustee Williams who is willing to stand, and no other asks. So can I ask for a vote? All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that has carried. The third thing that we are voting on is that the board appoint 3 alternate directors to serve on the Ontario Public School Boards Association for a term ending November 14th, 2024. Do we have any trustees wishing to stand as alternate directors on OBSPA? Okay, I see Trustee Arts, Trustee Patel, Trustee Laskin, and Trustee King. So we are going to move to a vote. We need 3. Okay, Trustee Patel has withdrawn his, so I believe, how many did I count? No, I had 4. There were 4. Trustee Arts, Patel, Laskin, King, but Trustee Patel has removed his, so we have 3. So we have Trustee Arts, Trustee Laskin, and Trustee King who have volunteered to sit as alternates on OBSPA. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you, everybody. That has carried. So we have 3 alternate directors. And now we have that the board appoint 1 voting delegate and 1 alternate voting delegate for a term ending November 14th, 2024. And these may be a director, but they don't need to be a director. So this is from the slate of 6 trustees who have been appointed to OBSPA. So first we'll do the voting director and the trustees to choose from are trustees Dawson, Williams, Shan, Arts, Laskin, and King. Of those 6 trustees, do we have anyone who wishes to stand as the voting delegate? Trustee Williams? Anyone else? No? Okay, so that has been acclaimed. Oh, no? Michelle, were you?
Sorry, I was just going to say that that the voting delegate and the VP, they don't have to be the same person, but it's better. It's easier if they are the same person.
And Trustee Williams is the voting delegate. We've just confirmed that. So thank you for that suggestion, Trustee Arts, that it is desirable to have the same person. And that appears to be what we have. So we don't need a motion if it's by acclaim, do we? No. Okay. So that has carried. And now we need an alternate vice president of enrollment. No, oh, right, we need an alternate voting delegate. This is sort of part 2 of D. So we have trustee Williams who will sit as the voting delegate. Now we need an alternate voting delegate. And this may be from all 6 of, well, really 5 of those candidates who are left. And so I see trustee Vice Chair Shen has put up his hand for this. Do we have anyone else who's wishing to be the alternate voting delegate? Okay, seeing none, that has been acclaimed. And we will move on to item number E. If we could pull that back up onto the screen. This is to vote for who would be the alternate vice president in the case that the current vice president of enrollment, trustee Williams, was not able to make a meeting. This would be the person that would go in her place. And we have trustee Shan, Vice Chair Shan, who has put up his hand for this. Is there anyone else who wishes to volunteer for this? Seeing none, then this will be acclaimed. So we have Vice Chair Shan in this role. And we've now concluded our nominations for OBSPA. Up next, we have the Toronto Lands Corporation directors. So it is recommended that the board appoint 2 trustees to serve as directors on the board of the Toronto Lands Corporation for a 2-year term ending November 14th, 2025. I'll just remind trustees that we currently have 2 trustees who have 1 more year in their term, so these stagger, and so we're looking for 2 trustees to volunteer to continue sitting, or to sit for a 2-year term on TLC. I'm seeing a whole lot of hands going up. Pardon me, Trustee Lee? This is a 2-year term. Trustee Laskin, you don't have the floor. There's a 2-year term. They alternate, so there's 2 trustees, and they overlap. Okay? So we have 2 trustees that are currently appointed. They have 1 more year in their term, and we have 2 that will be starting as of tonight for another 2-year term. So this term ends November 14th, 2025. So can I see those hands again? I'm sorry, I'm getting, my brain's not working so well. Trustee Laskin, Trustee Hassan, Trustee Lee, Trustee Rajwani, and I think that's where we're, any other trustees? Okay, and Trustee Earhart. Okay, so we have Trustee Hassan, Trustee Laskin, Trustee Lee, Trustee Rajwani, and Trustee Earhart who have offered. So we will now go to a vote. We need 2 trustees. We have 5 offering. It's great to see so much interest in TLC. Thank you. And we'll put those, we've got those names already up on the screen. Thank you. So you can see the ballots are being sent around. The names are on the screen. We require 2 trustees, 2 names to be put forward. OBSPA, or sorry, not of OBSPA, of TLC, the Toronto Lands Corporation, for the period ending November 14th, 2025. And the two directors are Trustee Hassan and Trustee Laskin. So thank you for all the interest in TLC. That is really great to see so much interest. And the meetings are public, so more trustees can always go to those meetings. Just because you're not, that's right, there's an organizational board meeting tomorrow, so make sure your calendars are clear. Okay, next up, we are moving on to item number 11, which is representation on the Toronto Student Transportation Group. This is a staff committee. It is recommended that the board appoint one representative and one alternate representative to serve on the Toronto Student Transportation Group for a term ending November 14th, 2024. So we're looking for a representative and an alternate. I see two hands up, Trustee Patel and Trustee Hastings. Thank you for volunteering. May I ask, is one of you willing to stand for the main appointee? I can't hear you.
I would like to go for representative because I'm already alternatives at TSTG. So I'm going to go up as a rep. So we have one voting member, one alternative.
Okay,
at
so you are
TSTG.
currently the alternative?
Alternative. So I'll
So
go
you're
as a
looking
voting member now.
to switch. Okay. So it appears,
It's not brain surgery.
Trustee
The alternative.
Hastings, are you willing to serve as the alternate?
Yes.
Okay,
That's why I
good.
appointed.
Okay, well, we don't always recognize every signal. Is there any other interest on this committee? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So we have Trustee Patel as the representative with Trustee Hastings as the alternate. And no, you're not looking to stand. Okay. All right, all those in favor of this slate? Any opposed? Okay, that has carried. Congratulations. So on to item number 11. This is it's actually item number 10. This is the second part of, well, this is from TLC. It's a bit out of order. We're going back to TLC for a minute, just in terms of, this is item number 10.5. With respect to the Toronto Lands Corporation, we're looking for ratification of John Fillion as chair of the board of directors. So it is recommended that John Fillion, who's the citizen director, be appointed to the position of chair of the Toronto Lands Corporation for a term from November 15th, 2023 to November 14th, 2024. So I'm looking for a mover and a seconder of this, I guess. Trustee Laskin and Trustee Hastings. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, that has carried. Up next, we have the City of Toronto's City School Board Advisory Committee. This is a new committee to this board. It is recommended that the board appoint two representatives to the City School Board's Advisory Committee for a term ending November 30th, 2026. So this is a longer commitment than the other ones we've voted on this evening. And I'm looking to see who's interested in this committee. I see Trustee Rajagulasingham, Trustee Shan, and I'll put myself up for this as well. And I think I need to pass the chair to someone. Is there someone who'd be willing to pass the chair? To take the chair? Trustee
McLean.
Trustee McLean, would you be willing to take the chair?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
So we have 3 for 2 positions. So do we have, are you speaking to this, or we're just content to go to a vote? You want to speak? Trustee Rajagula-Singham?
Through the chair. Okay. Yeah, I think this is an incredibly important collaboration and partnership. I know that even though we're funded by the province, I think when it comes to services and institutions under the city, there's a lot of, that's a very strong relationship that we need to continue to build on. So planning, certain schools share grounds with the city, development pressures, childcare, community engagement, traffic, community safety, traffic, arts and culture. There's a number of services that I think are really connected. And I'm thinking of my community in particular. I think I'm one of the wards with the highest level of newcomer communities that don't speak English at home. So very quiet community that needs representation in a partnership like this. I also cover Malvern, which has its own set of inequities and has been a community that's been, for a long time, been often ignored. One thing that I am reflecting on is when it came to during the pandemic, we tried so hard to get, though we had a partnership with the city and public health, we tried so hard to get a map of the hotspots where what areas in the city were hotspots so we can bring resources to make smaller class sizes, to bring more supports, but it took so long for us to get that. So I see this partnership as a way for us to expedite those concerns and have a stronger representation at that level. So that's why I'd like to have a seat at this table. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rajagula-Singham. Trustee Shan? Apparently not. Trustee Chernos-Lynn?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just willing to withdraw in the interest of time. I think we've got 2 good candidates. So I'm happy to withdraw.
Long speech, but
So I'll hand back that's great, and I'm happy to redeliver the chair.
Okay, thank you. So we have 2 trustees willing to serve in the capacity on this committee, Trustees Rajagula-Singham and Vice Chair Shen. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, not hearing any or seeing any online. That has carried. The next item on the agenda is the schedule of meetings for regular board and standing committee meetings for 2024. So it is recommended that the schedule of board and standing committee meetings as presented in the report be approved. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this item, please? Trustee Hastings, Trustee Wong, thank you. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, okay. We will now move to questions, comments on this item. Trustee Dawson, you're first on the list. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm very concerned about PPC on January the 25th. That coincides with OPSPA Public Education Symposium, and we have quite a high quorum to establish for PPC while we are encouraging all trustees to partake in this amazing professional development opportunity. So I would like to address that by moving a motion that FBEC on the 18th be moved to the 10th, and that PPC on the 25th be moved to the 18th. I have other concerns. Should we vote like on this, or what's the process? Okay.
So
what do we do?
Trustee Dawson, staff is wondering if we might be able to take this back and look at a different schedule and bring it forward, if that's possible, just so that we can check it with the master calendar, if that's okay.
Okay. Should I also highlight some other potential conflicts?
Sure, you still have the floor, and then I
Okay.
have Trustee Patel who wishes to speak next.
Okay, great. I Processing. I wondered if the 9th was a conflict for PPC being on Eid. Sorry, April the 9th.
April 9th?
I don't know, so I would look to my Muslim colleagues to advise on that. I don't know if that's appropriate.
On whether
April the 9th is a conflict for people.
because Eid is on the 10th? Or does Eid
Here it
start on the
shows as
9th?
being on the 9th and the 10th, so I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at a different calendar, I think. Mine.
I'm looking at the one that was printed in our blue folder.
Oh, Eid al-Fitr. Oh, okay. We have it for 2 days, so that might be a problem. No?
It's the 10th. Okay, so it's incorrect on here.
So
I'm
we
not
will,
sure.
so perhaps the best thing to do is for us to take back these 2 days. We've
Okay.
highlighted them, and we will come back with a solution. If there's a problem to the one in April, and for the one where there's the conflict with Pez. Does that sound reasonable? Okay. We're gonna figure it out. We'll take it back. So to be determined, to be updated. Trustee Patel, you're next on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the month of April, we have PPC on 9th of April.
We just talked about
She
it.
did that? Okay. So we're moving that?
Okay, so any other concerns with the calendar? Okay, so we will come back. Oh, yes? We're just getting your mic on.
Do we need to approve the budget for any formal purposes so staff can go forward with the rest of the meetings and then adjust those 2 dates? Is that what we're doing? Or are we?
Not the budget, the calendar. We're not approving a budget, we're approving a
I
calendar.
said budget, I meant
Yes.
calendar. It's late.
I thought you were talking
Fair.
about food budget for the meetings.
So then everything but those 2 days, is that where we're
Yes, and
approving?
we will come back with some suggestions about
We need to
that.
approve the budget tonight. No.
No, we're not moving a budget tonight. I don't think we could get that done by midnight, Trustee DeVitas. Okay, so all those in favor of the calendar with those two, I think I had a mover. Did I not have a mover and a seconder? I need a mover and a seconder. Oh, I do. I have Hastings and Wong. Pardon me? It has been moved. We have trustees Hastings and Wong who have moved it. So all those in favor, knowing that there are 2 dates that will come back with potential changes. Any opposed? And I'm not seeing any online, so that has carried. And are we at adjournment? Okay, and I now need a mover and a seconder for adjournment. Trustee Hastings, Trustee Laskin, thank you. All those in favor? Great work, everybody, and thank you for the great spirit of volunteerism tonight.